Okay, world. Good morning. Got an early start. Woke up on my own like an hour earlier than I normally do. And just couldn't go back to sleep, so time to go ahead and do some painting. And bad thing about doing the little thing that I did yesterday was a sidetrack on talking about what the next army is that I'm going to do, is that now I'm salivating to paint them. I'm salivating to paint what's in this bag of stuff that we talked about yesterday. And yeah, it'll have to wait. It'll have to wait. Okay, so back to the lawn ornaments here. A little bit of a recap. Yesterday we worked on the Skeletonians, and we got 3 of them completely done and 5 of them partially done. And this is the one that's complete, and this one, and this one. So we're going to finish these 5 here, and then we'll do the final 5. Then they'll all be done. We're going to put them on this little base here, and hopefully we can get all that done today, because they're scheduled to play tomorrow. So that's the plan. We'll see if everything goes according to plan or not. And we'll go from there. Move this out of the way. Now, what's this all about? There we go. Let there be light. One of the best investments you can have, in my opinion, is a good lighting when you're painting. And I used to paint in this drafting lamp that my dad had, that I pretty much commandeered from the mid-'80s on. And I used it. Let's see, we were already in this house. I'm going to say like 2006, 2007, 2008. That's how long it lasted. We never changed the bulb on it. Didn't need to. And it was like the best thing ever. It was one of those things that was made in the 1960s that was just rock solid. And it started to hum there towards the end and then just pooped out. And I'd heard about these lights called OTT light. And our local craft store was running a sale on them for 50% off. And at the time, they were about $100 each. We picked up 2 of them. This is one of them, which I've had to replace the bulb once. And we picked up another one that hangs out in the living room. Great lamp to read. I mean, if you've got a book here, it's like superb. It doesn't get anything else. It's not hot. I think it burns 24 watts. This is the high strength light, and just absolutely superb. Can't recommend them enough. They're energy efficient. They give you clear light. They don't heat up the room. What time is it in Florida? It's 4:45 a.m. I couldn't sleep. And, well, I also went to bed reasonably early. I think before 10. So, yeah. Sleeping's a waste of time. You can't get anything painted while you're sleeping. Alright, let's paint this poor bastard. Or maybe he did something really wrong and we really shouldn't be so worried about this guy. Oh, did I put all my paints away? I did. Well, damn me. Luckily, I remember what they are. Skeleton bone. Yeah, if I wake up, I can't go to sleep within 20 or 30 minutes. I'm like, I'm getting up. No point in putting off the inevitable. Oh, there's my black. Got it, but I shouldn't need that. I think this is the... I want to say this wash turned out even better. I don't know, can this get in focus? Probably not. Oh well. We'll have pictures of them when we're done. But still a little quicker than having to... I don't know, I'm introducing that brown tone kind of to the figure that probably wouldn't be there. I used to do a lot of washing in my early days of painting. And early days meaning there was no internet to share ideas with each other. I think that's the big catalyst of improving. You see something you like and then you can just directly ask the person who created it. Hopefully they're nice enough to let you know what trick they used. It's all a trick. And to improve. And the internet is great for that. And I didn't have that growing up, my early painting days, so you had to kind of figure things out on your own. This color is behaving a little weird. There we go. Maybe I just shouldn't blend it on top of in that one spot. First skull I've ever painted. Not a fantasy gamer. Otherwise, I would have painted a lot of these Skeletonians. Oh, wow. You guys show up. Of course, Sunday's the busy day. Gregory, welcome back. 11 a.m. in La France. If you guys saw my video reveal, thanks to a few people yesterday in my painting session, I made the final decision of what the next army is going to be. And the problem with that is I want to start looking at those. I want to start looking at the stuff. Now, I'll be honest with you. I already ordered yesterday. I already went ahead and ordered the figures that I needed to complete it. The army. Could I have made do with what I had? Yeah. But I wanted extra variety. So I only ordered 4 packs of figures to finish them up. And we're actually going to build 3 armies with it. We're going to do coming in Byzantine, which is book 4-1. We're going to do A and B. And the idea is to backdate them to Constantinian as well. Constantinian are the guys that got the crap beat out of them in Mansakert. And The reason why is the army would be very similar, but they can have a command post with a Byzantine emperor. So that's a chance to do kind of like a little mini diorama. And only involves me painting a couple of extra elements. But that's what the plan is. But that's still a ways away because, you know, we've got to finish this camp. We're going to build a Moldavian camp. I think I'm going to build a Moldavian camp. That may be the only thing I might just say, you know, the heck with that. I got to paint Castle Bran. And we got to do some Polish allies. And then we can get around to Polish allies are going to be fun. It's only 4 stands. But that's the problem with making a decision on what you're going to do next. Is that's what I want to mess with. Good quality lighting, good workspace. You need to have a good table too. And my table's not expensive. I mean, I had to replace the one I had because it was too low. So when I made this change, I wanted to get a table that went as high as it could. And I was going to get one of those tables that raises and lowers. They want like $800 for those things. It's ridiculous. So I just went to IKEA and I bought a table that has legs that you can turn them and it can go up. So it's jacked up as high as it can. And I've got my chair as low as it can go. So try to paint as erect as possible so I'm not, you know, hunched over. And yeah, it works. I pretty much don't get tired of painting due to that. It's usually I have to get up because my butt's falling asleep or something. So I want to be comfortable so we can do this for a long period of time, and it's pretty successful. This table will cost less than $100, I think, which I guess it's still okay. I don't suspect I ever have to buy another one. I was using like computer desks before that to paint on, and they're just too low. You're hunched over too much. So it was a good investment. But that's the one thing I see other people's, and some people have some awesome painting areas, but and you spend a lot of time there. I mean, if you're painting, you're spending a lot of time there. And I don't know that I've seen somebody's paint area that I like more than mine. And because I know what I need. You know, they have some huge, huge hobby areas that I've seen. But, you know, we don't have basements in Florida. And we have a 1-story house. So this is my office that we paint in. I've always had a painting area. Painting room. Growing up, it was my bedroom, and then when I moved out, I had a dedicated room that's what I painted in. And hey, you got to have that, or you know, you can't spend 30 minutes trying to set everything up where you had it. Just leave it, and you pick it up exactly where you left off. Now let's compare this guy to the other ones. They don't have to be exactly the same. We're going to leave this guy as he is. Oh man, you guys are awake today. The Russians are back. What causes that? Somebody else grabs it. Somebody else gets paid a payoff for 1/10 of a cent. Vor. I've actually seen that hidden message Vor red. Actually, I can't really call them Russians anymore. They were only called Russians to begin with because they would come in with their fake handle and it was in Cyrillic characters. You know. All right, let's do. There's enough talk about the Russians. You guys don't need me to talk about them too. How many of you guys on here anyways? 3. Okay. The early birds. All right. This guy has a little bit of a different hue. And probably just fine with that. You're up quite early today. So are you, my friend. Good morning to you. Happy Sunday. Yeah, I couldn't go back to sleep. So we just stayed up. I got to do this anyways. I already made a date with these guys for... They're going to be playing in an event, a game tomorrow. So we got to get them done. You know, I could play the army without the camp, but the whole point is, you know, it's a part of it that makes it pretty unique is the camp. So here's hoping to being able to get these guys done today. It should be all right. I made some pretty good finishing moves on it yesterday, but I guess I could have gotten a little bit more painting done instead of doing that my army reveal, but man, I had to get that off my chest, so I made the commitment and already ordered some extra figures to get them finished, but we can't touch that stuff for... What do I got to paint? Probably a couple weeks. Oh, it didn't disable my alarm? Well, poop. Yes, I don't want to... Thank you. It said you want to turn it off earlier. I'm like, yeah, turn it off. Oh, well. Dealing with technology is not my strongest suit. I'm not technology incompetent. They may just make things incorrectly. So... Just had to make another video yesterday. It was something to do. You know, it keeps me, uh, whether you got any of you guys watch my stuff or not, it keeps me on track. It allows me to process the stuff that I'm thinking by talking my way through it. And hell, some of you guys might find it entertaining. I don't know what the heck, right? So. I'm just dying to use that whatchamacallit there. By the way, your suggestion on the colors, your ivory was actually the one I liked the least. But that's not true because you know what? I'm finishing painting them kind of in an ivory color, but they all worked fine. So what I ended up doing was you weren't online at the time, but I've mixed those three colors that I used. I've mixed the base color. I've mixed all the figures and used all three base colors, so they all worked. I think that they need to look a little bit different because they're in different methods, different forms of decay. I think these figures, and it was all good. I didn't repaint anything, so we're all winners today. I find it entertaining. I see how the hobbyists work on the products. I didn't suggest that. It was my evil twin. No, it was a good suggestion. You don't know. You know, it seemed like it wasn't the color of the issue. It was how it applied. And even though I've complained about it, even though I've complained about War Painter that doesn't apply the same as Vallejo, this particular color applied better than the two particular Vallejo colors. So maybe I'll repay the favor and buy some War paints soon. Not that I need any paints, but we will see. Yeah, I was up extra early today. I don't mind. It's waking up late that's an issue. Because I used to do a little bit of this every workday, but I just, by the time I check the news and find out if that stupid war is over with or what the latest thing the media wants us to be scared about is, it's time to go to work. So I don't think I checked much of it this morning. I just got right into painting. Guess I'll figure it out when the bombs start falling. No, I don't want to talk about current events. There's a couple of guys that I follow. They did a couple of posts on the current event things and why they support one side or the other. Actually, I've only seen one person that supported the Russians. I'll tell you what, the day that I found out that they invaded, I immediately changed my logo on Facebook to the Ukrainian flag. And 4 days later, I took it off. It doesn't mean I don't support them. I don't support media lies. And I'm not saying everything is a lie, but that whole Snake Island thing where, the guy stood up and basically gave him a Bastogne type answer. Like, you guys need to surrender. And, like the Bastogne in 1944, right? And Anthony McAuliffe tells him, nuts. Same thing. Except this version was F your mother or whatever it was. And then they found out they were never killed. It was like, they're just when I get lied to too much and I just start losing interest. That doesn't mean I support the other side. something funny's going on there. I don't know what it is. Just none of it adds up. None of it adds up. So I'm. No, it's not like I'm buying Russian products. What Russian products do they have in the United States that I could possibly buy? Steel ammo, steel cased ammo. I've never bought any, ever. What else? That's it. Oh, there's actually a Russian restaurant in town. It's been there for a while, and it's creatively named Russian Food. But I doubt those are people that probably like the current regime. They probably live in this country because they wanted to get away from that. So, but I don't appreciate being lied to or being treated like a toddler by the media. The media just doesn't go and say, "Hey, we're not really sure about this, but here's this anyways." They're like, "Oh no, this happened," and then a couple days later, it's like, "Oh, oops, I've fallen for it." That shit's been going on for like 20 years at least. I need to grab some coffee. I did see a video earlier this evening of a Russian helicopter being shot down in the sky by a missile. But did it really happen? Did you see that video a couple days? I wasn't going to talk about current events, but here we are talking about current events. You see that video? It came out last week where it was this beautiful looking building in, I want to say it was Kharkov. And there was a missile that came in and got caught on camera as it came down and exploded. And it looked like just outside the building. And of course, it created all kinds of wreckage. It looked like a fake missile. I'm not saying it was, but it's suspect. When you start seeing it's kind of like The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Pretty soon, you're going to get eaten by a wolf. Because nobody believes you. I'll be right back with some coffee. When you watch a video and instead of answering questions, it creates more questions. I was watching a drone footage which claimed to be by a civilian of this firefight between BRDMs and some Russian troops. And it's very grainy, but I'm like, how's the power still? I don't know. CNN is suspect. I think all the news agencies are suspect. I think when the news media went to 24/7, and remember, us as civilians, we just want to get, well, some people don't. I just want the truth, okay? Whether it's the pill that I want to swallow or not, I want the truth. If you want made up stories, hell, I can make up stories, and they'd be better. But those news agencies are like disaster and this, that, and the other. And, oh, are you still under your bed? Well, here's something else you haven't begun to worry about. And, and if it's stuff you really need to worry about, okay. But if it's stuff that you're just creating extra drama so you can get your viewership up, so I don't know. Somebody said that you should go on what's the name of that thing that I never use? Reddit. There's a lot of videos on Reddit. But I don't know. Everybody's got an angle. Just tell me what happened, man. Stop telling me your angle. Because I don't really appreciate other news sources that may tell me what I want to hear, but if it's not true, then what's the point? So I think that they're all suspect. And I did see one person that actually was in support of Russia. Like they had a little flag. Then you know how you, I don't know if you do any Facebook, but they had a little flag there. Somebody had a Russian flag. I'm like, that's awfully bold. The truth is out there. I call the news channels panic mongers. I don't know. The problem is there's just some things that you just can't. You know, you need to get both sides of the thing. So I don't know. It just seems really strange. I think there's stuff going on there that I don't know what's going on there. And unfortunately, unlike decades ago, like with World War II and stuff like that, I don't think we may ever get to the truth. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense what happened, why it's happening. So, oh well. Let's just be fortunate that we're not over there. And doesn't mean I don't support Ukraine, but you know, you got to be careful. I don't want to. How can I put this? Well, the people on the ground, the civilians are never at fault, but I don't want to be like the Western Allies in World War II, where they wanted to defeat Nazi Germany, so they made a deal with the Soviet Union. That's not me. I'm not a, you know, a bad guy's a bad guy, so, you know. Okay. As we were. But, you know, same thing. Somebody feels differently than I do. Okay, well, if you feel differently than I do. You know, no big deal. My opinion can change, just like, you know, my decision to have that little icon. Okay, I don't want to be a, you know, like I said, the first time they invaded, I changed it. All of a sudden, when everybody's doing it and the media wants you to do it and everything, I'm like, okay, now hold on a second. What exactly is going on here? So, let's just hope it ends soon. I'm not a conspiracy person. I don't think government is evil. I don't think it's trying to control the whole world. I think government is power. People in government are power hungry. Some people in government are power hungry, and they're incompetent for the most part. You know, I wonder how Poland felt that their allies later allied with the Soviets who invaded them. I'd be pissed, man. I'm telling you, I'd be freaking pissed. I would not be a very happy Polish person. Yeah. I would remember shit like that. That's one thing I said. I'm a big World War II gamer. I would never build Soviet Polish tanks. I have no problem like building, you know, Fireflies and M4A4s, and you know, because they serve for the Commonwealth. I think that's the Shermans they used. Trying to dig through my 135th scale archives. Yeah, they definitely used the Fireflies and M4A4s in Northwest Europe, and whatever they used in Italy, because they had an armored division also in Italy. think they had an armored division in Italy. Anyways, they fought the whole freaking war. You know, those guys were dedicated, and they had a couple of destroyers that were in the Royal Navy and everything, and they had some good fighter pilots. As a matter of fact, the Spitfires with their little logo, and it's their little the red and white little quartered square symbol that they used on their planes. But yeah, those people got the shaft for sure. So yeah, I'm not building Soviet liberating tanks of Poland for multiple reasons. It's a dick move. Speaking of World War II, my secondary project for this year is going to go, AWI is going to be the Stalingrad campaign in 6mm. Have you, there's a guy who has a YouTube channel, and I found him a couple of years ago. And the reason I found him is because there's a game I used to play a long time ago on the computer called Close Combat. And they just not just released it, but they released it recently, kind of bundled together with because there's several of the campaigns that I didn't have anymore. And for the new operating system on the computer, I got it. And one of the guys that did reviews or did several videos is this guy. His name is Tick, T-I-K. And that's how I found him. And then he started kind of developing into a history channel. And he has a really interesting channel. And he has a unique way of looking at things, which is not what we learned in school growing up. I think he has some interesting points. And he does this series, and he's done several of them. He's done one on Operation Crusader, and he's done one on Stalingrad. He's done other ones, but in detail, day by day, and he moves the units in, and it's really interesting. So if you're really interested in the Stalingrad, and it's multiple parts, it's really interesting to understand. And he uses reference material, and he goes through all the materials that he uses, and is very methodical about his thought process of what was where, and well, you don't really know about this, and it's really interesting. His name is Tick, T-I-K, all capital, and he has a Stalingrad series. And if you're a unit nerd like I am, he'll show like the icon of the unit and what symbol it is, and if there's a commander, a little logo. It's really professionally done. Check it out. I highly recommend it. It's only boring to people that aren't really interested in the period. But you'd love to build a 148 scale Spitfire with the markings of 302nd and 303rd RAF, Polish Squadron, and Battle of Britain. See, look, you're ahead of me. You know what the name of the units are. Good morning, Dirk. Well, I did that video yesterday while you were sleeping, and I've committed to doing the Byzantines next. Thanks in no part to your idea of making them arid-ish bases. That was the selling point. So I did an inventory of what I have. I already placed an order for what I would like to get, which is only 4 packs of figures. And we're going to do a Komnenen A and B list with an earlier morph into the Constantinians as well. That's what the plan is after this whole morph is done. The Wallachian and Moldavians with Polish allies are done. We're going to jump into that. So, unfortunately, that's what I want to work on right now. Typical. I just found his channel, bookmarked it for later. Yeah, it's really interesting. And he has a really unique way of looking at things. He has some things that some people would call controversial. I wouldn't call it controversial. It's not like he's denying the Holocaust or anything like that. But he does have some really interesting videos on some thought process based on things opening in the Russian archives. You know, when we were in school and we were in World War II, Russia was still the Soviet Union, so whatever they said in their documents, we didn't have access to. Besides, they're always, of course, suspect to, revisionism, but I think everything could be suspect to that. We just like to think that our stuff is a little bit more immune to that, but he kind of has some interesting videos, and I think his material is worth. He has some good points. Let's put it that way. I don't necessarily believe every single thing he says is 100% accurate, but he does present good arguments for why he thinks the way he does. It's definitely worth a watch, especially if you're like doing housework or driving or something like that, because some of his videos don't require you to really look at the screen, and I like his content quite a bit. He does a good job, and I think he quit his normal job to do this, so I think things are going well for him. But he does get into these, there's people out there that don't want to find out the truth. They just want their own opinions reinforced. And that's a shame, I mean, I'm very opinionated about a lot of things, but if I'm wrong, I guess I'm wrong, I mean, we're all, I guess, learning every day, but some people just, I don't know, I guess I'd be inflexible on certain stuff. Somebody came out with a video and said, no, the truth is actually communists are actually trying to do a good job. I'm out. Nope. But, I'd like to think that, I want to get to what the truth is. Even if it's maybe not something I want to hear. I'd make a terrible Marxist. Oh, man. But he has interesting content. I think his content is very interesting, and it's a unique viewpoint from what we learned. I think all of his content is World War II related. So if you're a World War II nut, that's kind of a good way to go. Yeah, it's good to see things through more than one lens. Absolutely. When I used to work at a hobby store in the early '90s, there'd be World War II vets that would frequently come there, and they were all different. One guy I remember who was he's part of a bomber crew. I think he was on a B-24 in Europe. I don't know if he was the pilot. I don't know. He wasn't a gunner. He sat in the front because he was telling me stuff, and his experience is very different than guys that went the Pacific or that were grunts in Normandy. Some people had respect for the enemy, and some people just they would love it if they would never see another person of that nation that they fought. And I get it. You see your own little piece of the pie, and you're definitely affected by it. And you got to see things through multiple lenses. World War II not among several other periods. Yeah, that's all we used to do. All we used to do is game World War II. And it's the perfect balance of brute force and technology. I never got into the Stalingrad thing. It's just too urban. I always had kind of a soft spot. And of course, when I mean soft spot, I mean, all this conflict is bad. We're just gaming and modeling and just learning about the period. So it's not that I'm a warmonger or anything like that. So most of you guys get that. you're in here for the same reasons that, you know, we're that same tribe, you know. But one of the things, speaking of Stalingrad, that I do find interesting was Wintergewitter. And those of you who do not know what Wintergewitter is, it is the operation to liberate Stalingrad with 3 Panzer divisions and a Panzer Grenadier division. I don't know, but it's the snow. The snow makes it really interesting, and it's more fluid than the 41 stuff, because the 41 winter was just, you know, like, not good for gaming. It was too brutal. So yeah, I did have a Stalingrad game that I played some. That was a computer game by the V for Victory series, and those games were really interesting from the way they handled supply and stuff like that. And one of the scenarios was trying to break through to liberate Stalingrad. Too little, too late. Too little, too late. And I like the Eastern Front, but I like my German tanks Panzer Gray. If I had to choose, I prefer them in Panzer Gray. They just match the infantry a little bit better. So, well, we started off doing 6mm World War II way back in the day using command decision, and I just really disliked the way the infantry looked and how they were handled in the game. They're just kind of a sideshow, and I think everything needs to be important. It'd be like if you played DBA and like Saloy were like stupid or something, you know, you wouldn't be very useful. You know, I like combined arms, and everything has a purpose, so. You prefer the German tanks at Panzer Gray as well. One reason why I like the early war more and late, you need to figure out how to make ruined buildings in 6mm scale for this project. They may make them, this is going to sound maybe silly, they may make them in paper. There's a company that makes buildings in paper, and their name escapes me, and they're hollow, and the base is a ruined building, and the one in good shape fits over it. And if you get destroyed, you just slide the top one off and you have it. And it's not paper, cardstock. And they actually look really good. Now, I don't know if they're Eastern Front capable. It might just be a Western Europe thing, because, you know, if you're doing Stalingrad, you're going to want the Eastern Front buildings and the big communal apartment buildings and things of that sort, you know. But I got some Eastern Front buildings in cardboard, in 20mm scale, which is my preferred scale for my skirmish gaming. That's where all my stuff is in. And maybe if you're still around when the lights are on, I did pull all my World War II stuff and put it in the cabinet finally, which I guess it's a lot for me because I paint slow, but I painted those guys like 20 years ago. It's just, there's not enough light in here for that. But I may never play World War II skirmish again, and that's okay. That's all we used to do. You know, it takes away from from building this stuff, and I think this has a bigger audience, and you can finish every battle. Because I don't want to. My World War II gaming is definitely the opposite of this. You know, we count every bullet, and that's what I like. That's what I like for extreme skirmish, where you're only running a few folks. And we found a set of rules that we really liked that work for us. Of course, they're out of print now, but there's another one that made by North Star Games. It's called Normandy Firefight. That's not bad, but it has no vehicles in it, which, you know, I don't like vehicle heavy games for skirmish anyways, but yeah, you may need like a half tracker or something, you know. Thought about using foam board to make the walls of the building and then turn them into ruined sections. Yeah, that's why I'm not too thrilled about going back into World War II. It's just too much production. It's too many things I've got to make. And then I got to worry about other people maybe damaging it. And I don't want to run those kind of games at cons anymore. You spend too much time like explaining the rules to people. All right, let's see how we're doing here. Yeah, that should be just fine. But I grew up playing World War II operational scale games, so I'm not really interested in that anymore. I've done it. It doesn't scratch my WW2 itch. In my day, it was Airfix 172nd. That's some of the first figures I grew up with. They were marketed here in the States. When I was growing up, Airfix did not exist in the United States, or at least none of the stores that I went to had them. They were marketed as another company called MPC. It's exactly the same kit. The plastic molding might have been different. The cover art was better. I love the MPC cover art. And I had lots of their stuff. I particularly like their Desert Rats and Africa Corps figures. I always have a soft spot for the desert. And a lot of the vehicles that they had didn't really carry over into the MPC brand. Like they had the German Recon set, which had an SDKFZ 222 and a Kubelwagen in it. And what else did I have? They didn't have very many vehicles on the MPC brand. I don't know whether it was some kind of a restriction. It's like, okay, well, we'll allow you to import them, but it's got to be under this name. I don't know what the behind the scenes or situation was. I mean, Airfix is still available now, but what else did I have? I want to say I had another vehicle. You know, it was really annoying as a kid. They'd have like all these German vehicles and like no vehicles for the other folks to use. It's like, you need to have both sides, folks, you know? I mean, I get it. The German vehicles are cool looking, but you know, they got to fight somebody. Yeah, I had several of their planes, also 1/72nd scale. Like, I never got a pack of the Russian infantry. I never had Russian infantry Airfix. They just weren't available. So I had Africa Corps, and I still have the figures there somewhere. African Corps and Desert Rats, the German infantry, which had that weird ass machine gun. There's a guy that's holding a machine gun out like that, and it's not an MP40. It's not a Bergman. It's just some made up thing. Annoying. I had the U.S. Marines, the U.S. paratroops. And I've played those with the kid. The flamethrower guy was always, the flamethrowers were always the sought after figures when you were a kid. You know. Those were always cool. What else did I have? Luftwaffe, ground troops. Yeah, that was it. And the Russian infantry, I don't know if MPC may not have carried them over. I don't know. So, but those are classic figures. A lot of them look pretty good, but in particular, the Desert Rats and the African Corps look really, really cool. Started 172nd in the mid-90s, then got out of the hobby until 2008 when I discovered Flames of War and 15 millimeter. Well, there you go. So Flames of War works for some people. Look, I think their models are good. I think their website is awesome. And I've played the game. The game's just not for me. You know, I'm not a Codex player anyways. Like, here's all the rules for the Russians. Well, what about their enemies? Well, we haven't come up with that book yet. I didn't grow up with that. So that's kind of a new thing to me. If it's a business model and that keeps them being alive, that's cool. But that's not why I don't play it. It's a little too generic for me. I'm telling you, for World War II, I am picky. So, but then what I want to game stuff like, I like to tell people, it's like that fight scene towards the end of Saving Private Ryan when they're in the house and they're going hand to hand, and that imbecile, there's no other name for him, is on the staircase, frozen, instead of helping his buddy out. If I'm giving away the movie, I'm sorry. It's been around for too long, and you guys should have seen it already. But that's the kind of stuff I like to mock. Not house to house fighting, but room to room fighting. Almost like a heavy role playing game where you're an assistant squad leader and a squad leader. That's the kind of stuff that I like to game, because really interesting things can happen. You know, you go throw a grenade and the grenade doesn't land where you expected, and somebody else gets blown up instead of the guy you were in. You know, that kind of chaos is what I like to model in my World War II, because I've done the other stuff before, and I want a really interesting narrative, and I am just obsessed with using this ivory. And you know what? Screw you. I'm using the ivory on this guy. How about that? Wearing a big happy hat now. We'll just bleach out some of these parts of this figure, but that's what I like to game, and that's not for everybody, and it's not practical. I get it, which is why I don't game that kind of stuff. But I'm spending 4 hours painting a figure. I want him to have a character and a surname and all that kind of cool stuff that gives makes me want to paint somebody else. But if I had to go back and do skirmish gaming, I would probably paint my Maquis, and I would make everybody playing the game would play the Maquis, and then the Germans would be controlled by the GM, and then people can ask questions openly and not bog the whole game down, where it's like, hey, come over here, let me ask you this question. Hey, can this one guy do that? That just takes up way too long, you know? And if I had to do it again, that's how I would do it. So you play Flames of War because that's what the people at the game store near me played. You have to do that. Yeah, you can't carry the weight of the world on you. I didn't care for the rules, or the miniatures were great. Yeah, and their miniatures are expensive, but I don't care that they're expensive. I care if they're not very good, and their miniatures are very good, and their marketing is really good, and their website is it's probably honestly overwhelming for folks that are new to it, but there's some really good ideas on there. Some of my color schemes for my basing and DBA come from their suggestions, and you can see, you know, their colors, how they dry brushed them, and what the end result is, and you can go, oh, I like how those three colors are, instead of doing the base yourself and realizing, oh, I don't like this at all. So it's a nice alternative for that. They do. But you know, there's different periods for different folks. There's different games to simulate different decisions that you have to make as a player for different folks. I know lots of people who like very strategic games. I don't. I don't want to play the role of Hitler or Stalin or anybody like that. I'm not interested in those decisions. I'm. Did the camera freeze? Yeah, what's up with that? What's going on here? I just noticed that. And then I saw your comment about the camera froze. Let's see if we can burp this bitch. Let's see. It's always something. It's always something. There we go. Let's try that. And I don't even know what I did, so. Anyways, I don't want to make Hitler type decisions. So, and I'm not talking about Final Solution. I'm just talking about that strategic of a role in a game. I don't enjoy that kind of stuff. I want to be a micromanager or a middle manager, you know. So I had a wargaming friend of mine who loved the Avalon Hill game, Rise and Decline of the Third Reich, and I absolutely hated that game. It's nothing. It's not pretty to look at. It's all these units, and it doesn't tell me, you know, which panzer divisions they are or which armored divisions, so I don't get to learn about them and read about them later. It's just vague, and it's just not my kind of game. I don't enjoy that kind of stuff. That's not why I want to. Does not captivate me. So, but most people actually like that type of a game. Most war gamers, it seems like that's what they go to, the strategic type. Now I can handle Axis and Allies because it's kind of dumbed down to a degree, but you know, man, don't talk to me about burps and lerps and no, I'm not doing that again. I got no problem with board games, but they need to be nice to look at because you're going to be stuck looking at it for a while. I'm not a strategic type. I'm not interested in that. That's just not my thing. Nope. This is the same pose. Damn it, it is. Well, I'm not going to use that on this one. Just so they all look a little differently. You know, they're all going to decay in different ways. It sounded pretty morbid. Yeah. And it's even worse for naval warfare. That's what I grew up starting to play with. That's what really got me into World War II was the ships. Had this coffee table book that my dad got, and books in junior high about World War II and the surface raiders and the Bismarck and shit like that. really got me into that period. And then I found out you could game that stuff. Oh man. But you know, I'm a total rivet counter. You know, so I those warlord game stuff and things like that, that's just not really geared for me. We played Sea Creek 4 for many years. Many years. And that's actually the first thing that I really got into gaming was the naval warfare, and then went into the micro armor and stuff, but all World War II. You like games that put the player in command of a couple battalions or brigade or divisional scale. Anything higher than that World War II doesn't seem fun. Yeah. I want to run a squad or a couple squads. But most of the time, you get too zoomed out. You don't have you don't have what I like to call interesting decisions to make. Probably DBA's strongest suit is every turn you have meaningful decisions to make. You know, okay, I rolled a 2. What 2 things am I going to do? Oh man, I don't know what I'm going to, you know, but it's critical what you decide. Whereas if you're playing some kind of a system like, say, command decision, it's pretty obvious what you're doing every turn. You're either going to fire as many times as you can, or move part of the distance while some of your guys cover fire. That's it. That's pretty much every turn. So it just becomes very dull, you know. Used to love playing General Quarters. Never played it. Never played it. We played Sea Creek 4 all the time. Ever hear of a game called Advanced Squad Leader? Absolutely. We played a lot of it. It's a hex and counter game. Supposed to be the most detailed, difficult war game made. I disagree. It's the most difficult war game made. I think DBA is more difficult. Because Advanced Squad Leader is written well. Yeah, Advanced Squad Leader. Played it a lot. Played probably 100 games of it. So I guess in DBA terms, that's like nothing, but yeah, we played a lot. Things I would never play it again. And the reason I would never play it again is because the structure within the turn is too artificial. You know, you've got a rally phase and a prep fire phase where one side does all their firing and the other side just sits there and goes and gets coffee. Then the movement phase where only the active player moves and the other guys just do defensive fire. Then you have the defensive fire phase with anybody who hasn't shot as the defender, as the non-phasing player gets to shoot but not move. Then the advancing, it's just too restrictive. I think a better game system, and I've played it some, which honestly seems like it's a total ripoff of Advanced Squad Leader in many forms, is Lock and Load. Because Lock and Load is, and it's still artificial-ish, one side gets to move one unit. And, well, one side gets to activate a unit, and they can do all kinds of things with it. They can either move or shoot or whatever. And then the other side gets to do the same thing. So it goes back and forth. And there's opposing roles to it. So kind of like DBA. So you take your factors and you add a random die roll generator. You know, you take your factors and terrain and all that and a random roll. And the defender gets to roll a defending roll. And you compare them, and depending on what the differences between is what the effects are. And it's not bell curve. I don't like 2D6 systems. And the big thing about ASL is not abstract at all. So the other bad thing about ASL is if you've played it, it's not readily apparent what units have line of sight to somebody. ASL would be great as a computer game. You click on a unit and they highlight every hex that unit could see. Instead of be like, I think he can see it, and maybe you're actually missing stuff that you normally would have access to. But I played it quite a bit. I even played it 3 games blind. That is where there's one GM and 2 sets of boards, and I'm in a different room and somebody else is in a different room, and that was really cool. But, you need 2 sets of boards and a GM that knows what he's doing. But that was a long time ago. It was probably 1994. I played that. But people always say ASL is really complicated. And yes, it has really complicated things, but sometimes you have trouble finding the rules. And there's been times where I'm like, well, I can't really find this. This is probably what the rule is. And then later on, maybe in another week or another day, you find the rule and you were right. If you do things like that in DBA, you're like, it's probably this. You're wrong all the time. So because of that, the abstractness of DBA, I'm not a natural abstract thinker. It's just very strange to be an experienced wargamer. I was already wargaming for 20 or so years before I discovered DBA. And I got so many things wrong in DBA because it's just so a different way of thinking than I'm used to. And I'd never played a game where the details are abstracted and you almost kind of have to role play in your head about what's really happening instead of knowing exactly in the utmost detail of what's going on. It was a process, a different processing. I don't know that I'm into it yet. I mean, it's just weird to play an abstract type game. That doesn't mean it's not a good game. It's just I don't think that way in my normal life. I'm very detail oriented. So, you thought about getting an advanced squad leader. Yeah, well, they have starter sets now that can really digest things in much smaller portions. So, I really like that lock and load system that's on computer. And I tried playing it with a couple times online, but their online thing was, yet packets had trouble talking to each other. And it was a good looking game. I just gave up on it about a year ago. They may have fixed the problem, but I've kind of lost interest. I can't get my miniatures fixed. I can't paint miniatures if I'm playing a computer game. So, well, we played it quite a bit. I mean, Mitch didn't play it. This is pre-Mitch, but I think Mitch would enjoy it. I just don't want to go down that road again. I've done that. I don't like the 2D system. I don't like the bell curve die rolls. I'm a percentile player. Biggest hurdle I encountered first playing DBA was geometry of the game. Angling the stands and such took a bit to get in. It just seems so artificial. It's a good game. I just don't walk away feeling like I played Mongols or whatever. It's just a game. I think I'm done fooling with these guys. Let's take the 3 guys that are done, move them over there. And I do need to do something. let's go ahead and do the rope around them. Finish these guys to the other level, and I need to paint the points a different color than the rest of the wood. We'll tinker with that. All right, we used Iraqi sand for that, if I remember correctly. Good old Iraqi sand. Nice to finally get a haircut yesterday. I've gone 8 weeks without a haircut, and it was driving me absolutely crazy. So you see me wearing a hat all the time. It's just freaking crazy hair. I don't really like the business model of having to make an appointment for getting a haircut. Slavic, good morning. It's almost time to paint your people. Gonna have some fun with some Poles. Soon. Maybe I gotta paint the Moldavians, and then it's all Poles for a while. I'm gonna paint like 16 Polish figures, so looking forward to that. Hopefully I can make you proud of them. I like DBA-inspired game called Field of Glory. Feel like you're commanding troops for troop types, like cavalry does things like cavalry. Yeah. I've played that computer game quite a bit too. It's nice. I just wish it had pips. If it had pips and a general stand, it would be better than DBA in every way. That's the two things that's kind of missing. I've played it quite a bit. I actually stopped playing it. I had a DBA player who's a guy out in the UK who does a lot of DBA gaming, and I know him virtually through Facebook and some of the DBA sites. And him and I were playing a series of games, and it's just too time consuming. If I do that, I don't have time to do this, and I really need to do this. And I think he kind of understood. It had nothing to do with him. He's a nice fellow, and he does puts on a lot of games in the UK. And he's a painter. So but around October last year, I'm like, hey, I got to get some stuff done, so I'm not going to be able to play. And he kind of understood. I was playing a couple tournaments too, and it's like, just, you get home and you have some time, like, I want to paint some figures. Oh, you can't. You have to do your turns. I'm like, shit. And then I'm done with my turns, and then I don't have any more painting time done. So I don't have a huge interest in interacting with just random people. Not necessarily you guys. I'm just talking about folks that you're playing in a game and, maybe poor sports or something like that you're never going to meet, that you can't really have like a conversation with, because some people have bad experiences with tournaments. I never have. I didn't grow up playing tournaments, but there's a lot of people that are like win at all cost players, and I haven't experienced win at all cost players very much. We just want to have fun. A tournament is just a way to build an army and continue to play with that same army, I tell you, nice to see you again at my workshop. There's some Silesian Knights at this time. Teutonic Order guests. Yeah, you better deal with them before they get too comfortable there. Okay, rope on him done. And there was none on the bottom, right? I've got a few people that are from Poland that stop in from time to time, so wargaming in Poland is popular, maybe. There's actually quite a bit of information on the Poles. They have some really interesting heraldry. And I look forward to putting some of that at a tabletop. One of Mitch's favorite armies is his early Poles. I would have already had that army had he not had it. But, you know, there's no point in working against each other. If somebody you play with frequently already has an army, and you're a painter, might as well just build a different one. I like the troop makeup of that army. But there's a lot of information on Polish heraldry as opposed to the Russian one, just as an example. See a happy face or something. Yeah. Yeah, I've got the, is this them? Is the foot guys? No. Polish Knights are hanging out over here. I've got some Polish axemen also to do. A fast blade stand. We're gonna have to count on them because these folks have hardly any heavy infantry. But I don't think I'm gonna build the war wagon just yet. I do have the troops to eventually do a later Polish army, but we're not gonna roll into that. We're gonna give that a little bit of a break. Yeah. Lithuanians with their dismounting bowmen. It's almost like, seems unfair. I don't have the dismounts for them. It is just in picking up things. I've got a Lithuanian army I could build too, but due to the time difference, I don't always have the opportunity to watch you, but I try to follow your progress in the videos afterwards. Okay, well, thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Hopefully it's a distraction from all the stuff that's going over in that part of the world. You stay safe over there. It's bit of a, as they like to say in the South here, bit of a soup sandwich over there. So world leaders need to just stick to playing war games, not like real stuff. I wonder what this guy's punishment was. Did he do something bad, or maybe he just coveted the voivode's hat? DBA in Poland. When people start new to DBA, they say, hey, what army should I get? My go-to thing is always like, well, what are you? And I said that to somebody. He couldn't make heads or tails. What do you mean, what am I? I said, what's your freaking background? You know? I mean, if you're Polish, assuming you don't hate where you come from, which I think most people don't, and it's natural. I mean, you should be. They always say pride is a bad word, but you know, when used, you should be proud of what your lineage is, unless you absolutely hate who hatched you. You know, but if you're Polish, you probably wanted to build a Polish army, and it makes sense, you know, that you'd want to do that. I mean, that's what I did. It makes sense to me, and then from there you can just kind of grow. But it makes sense that with this many historical type of army choices, pick what your lineage is, you know. Unless you absolutely hate where you came from, which I think is probably an extreme exception of the rule. Although there is a guy that came on here that I forgot what his name is. I haven't seen him in a while. Oh, Theo. Yeah, Theo. He's part German. And he didn't want to play a German army. Okay, well, pay whatever you want. But if you don't know what you're doing, that's my go-to thing. Is do your people, as I like to say. Do who your people are. You're living in, okay, here's the one problem I have with Poland, and I apologize that for my extreme Western way of thinking, but when you guys renamed your cities, I don't know what the hell Wrocław is. Is that Krakow? I think it is. Oh man, it's just like India. India renamed all their cities. I don't know. I'm calling them by the old names. Everyone wants to build Polish armies. Do something. Yeah, everybody does want. Everybody likes Polish armies. It's true. They really do. I mean, who doesn't like the Hussars? Everybody likes the Hussars. So Vikings or Saxony playing your Spanish a visit, Tony. Don't go there. Want your land and Spanish ladies. Yeah, we got first dibs. Everybody likes the Polish armies. They do. They do. They're cool. They're cool looking. Yeah, I love all that heraldry and stuff. Maybe because I got a good one. I mean, if my heraldry was some guy bent over blowing a horn out of his ass or something like that, I probably wouldn't like heraldry so much. Like, man, everybody's got cool eagles and lions and shit, and I got some bent over dude with a horn in his ass. It's always my go-to thing from the Monty Python, right? When the one cut scene where they have all those guys that bend, the little cutouts that they do, and the guys are bent over blowing horns out of their asses. How memorable. Or Mitch that has a potted plant. You can read this. Roslov. Is that how you pronounce it? Roslov. Ottomans didn't. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one comforting thing that I have when I play my Ottomans and they lose. At least they're not taking over the world under my watch. Farewell and adieu. Yeah. Spoken like a true Frenchman. And I don't have anything against the French, but I don't like them when my Spanish are fighting them. I'm just saying. That's it. Other than that, I got a couple of French armies. 2? 3? Something like that. I love lots of heraldry information for those folks. The mainland French, as I like to call them, as opposed to the island French. Okay. We've got some things that are stuck into them. We need to do that. And then we can go and detail the spikes. And then we'll work on the last 5. And for those guys that didn't follow along, this is what they're going to go on. This is, I have 14 skeletons. I think I'm going to do 13 just to screw with you guys that are superstitious. You guys deserve it for being superstitious. So we're going to have like a little hill that comes up. Not very high. Maybe half an inch or something like that. Half an inch? An inch is too much. Half an inch or something like that. And these guys are going to get stuck in here, like it's part of something bigger. So it's going to go out like this, and that's the plan. Apt to change at any moment, but hope not. I don't like changes to plans. It really discourages one to plan. Reminds me of a work day. You got a plan and things go sideways. You take that back. Actually, an old sailor song. It's only in bad number if you're a Knight Templar. I don't believe in any of that shit. It's just horse crap. Like you go on an elevator. I love freaking people out on an elevator. I don't go on a high elevator very often because there's not any big buildings here in this town, but I go on there and it's like, here's the floors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Like, I don't care if you don't label a floor 13. The 14th floor is now the 13th one. I bring it up in the elevator when it's going up and it freaks people out, man. Some people are just like in need of like things to believe in, Just invent stuff to worry about. I don't get it. Not this guy. Let's paint this rusty. Looks like this guy's got a rusty spike. Some of these guys have these things that have been extra impaled in them, like, are you dead yet? I don't know. Put a spike in it. Oh, this guy's got one going right through the Peter as well. Oh, and one back over here in the shoulder blade. Boy, these guys aren't very nice. I think this one's got one. I guess that's a popular thing. Check if he's dead. I don't know. Stick one through his you-know-what. Hey, I didn't sculpt the figures. Oh, this guy's got one too. I guess every one of them has. Okay, and those are the original 3? Okay, now we'll go back and do the regular metal color. Metal. You heard it in Jaws. I've only seen that movie one time. One time? Yeah, only one time. My wife's like, don't show that movie to your daughter. I'm like, why? I've seen it. I'm not scared of the freaking water. We don't go swimming in Massachusetts. You know where that takes place? Ocean's not really for swimming unless you're trying to escape from a oppressive country. The ocean's not for swimming. It's for, hanging out in. And now, here's the thing. And I mentioned this, and I guess I left that camp over at Mitch's house. But I have a camp, the very first camp I ever did, I took these skewers from the grocery store, and I made a palisade type camp. And the first thing I noticed is people don't paint the palisade things correctly because, this dark represents kind of like the bark and stuff. And the center that's cut down would be, the core would be a different color. So I painted, the edges that a lot of people, the ends a different color, and it turned out fine. Here's the same situation. But the problem is this went through a human body. So it's not going to look clean. So let's see what we can do with this without it looking extreme. But it just doesn't look correct being all brown like that. It's a song Quint kept singing while on the boat. I remember not understanding a single fucking word he said. I don't know where he was supposed to be from, but I don't want to visit that place. I can't understand that. North Atlantic is really cold and dirty looking. Used to boogie board at the Jersey Shore. Yeah. Really cold and dirty looking up there. Not in Florida. We got first pick though. So we came here. Well, I still have some of this. This is Iraqi sand. Let's mix with this. Let's put a little bit. We don't need a ton. That's no beach. One of your favorite films. What's everybody's favorite? How many people are on here? 5? Not going to be exact scientific poll. What's your favorite film, folks? I'm not a huge movie person, but if somebody ever asked me, without hesitating, right off the bat, Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's almost a perfect film, except for that stupid RPG they ruined at the back. I can even deal with the Africa Corps hadn't been invented yet, and they're using MP40s 3 years or whatever, 4 years early. I can deal with that. I just can't deal with the RPG. That's the only problem. Other than that, damn near perfect film. I was fortunate enough to see a lot of kids like, oh, I remember seeing Star Wars in the movie theater. I didn't. I would have been 6 when that came out. I saw Raiders of the Lost Ark in the movie theater. That was a freaking awesome movie. What a great movie. Nazis are like the perfect villain. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, they had to happen in real life, but let's start small. Start big. All right. The highlighting I did, the top highlighting color with the brown was something along the lines of this with this. That's about what the top highlight color ever. It's a little pinkish. So with that in mind, I need to make the core of the wood. And I'm not gonna gore it up. I'm not gonna, it went through his, he went through his out hole, and it probably got extremely bloody as it went through his body. We're not gonna do that the idea of doing that is just, and hitting a nail right on the head is gonna be very difficult to do. So let's just assume that it was just clean all the way through and it's washed off or what have you. Didn't know you were gonna have that kind of a conversation today, did you? Hey, I'm just trying to, we're trying to be realistic, and I like to think that my painting style is like a good looking comic book, not a shitty one, a good looking comic book. Got here, Das Boot, original TV version. Which one's that? North and South. I don't know that I've seen North and South, but I don't like Civil War. North and South. Hold on, is Patrick Swayze in that? Who plays the Yankee guy in that? I've never seen. What's the name of that movie? The Civil War one that everybody's seen. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. I've never seen it. Lonesome Dove. Oh, no. Kelly's Heroes? Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding me. I'm gonna make a Facebook group that says, people that hate Kelly's Heroes and ketchup. I may be the only member, but Kelly's Hero is really a shame, because I like all the cast, except for that child molester looking German dude. There may be other people in the cast that I don't remember that I don't like, but all the main guys, I like all those guys, I just don't like how 70s it is. It's very, and that was maybe done for a particular reason, but as a World War II nut, I dislike that movie. And I'm definitely in the minority, because lots of people love that film. And maybe it's because of the actors. Hey, the actors are cool. I like all those guys. Yeah. Don't care for that film. James Reed played George Hazard, the Union guy. Okay, I don't maybe I recognized him. I see him. Gone with the Wind, correct. I've never seen Gone with the Wind. Gettysburg. Yeah, I've seen Gettysburg. I actually saw Gods and Generals a couple years ago. The thing about Gettysburg, one of the memorable lines in it was when, hold on, let me think of what the guy's name is. Again, not a Civil War person, but if I did do Civil War, I would definitely do those 15 millimeter figures done by my hero, because they are freaking awesome looking. Let me think of what his name is. I can't even think of what the actor's name is. Anyways, the line where he says, whoever the Confederate deputy commander is, played by the guy from Texas, that everybody seems like, Behringer. Whoever Behringer plays. And he has this one line in the movie that goes something along the lines of, you better give those guys a bucket to catch all the lead, that they're going to catch when they're doing the charge or whatever. But Tom Berenger, everybody likes Tom Berenger. I've never heard of anybody not liking him. Let's put it that way. So, I guess there probably is somebody that doesn't like another actor. It makes sense. There's people that are really popular that I don't really care for. But That's just my opinion. Oh, yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, we're going to have to zoom in on this. Oh, we got to lighten up a little bit more. Let's get crazy. This is going to be clean. I'm not going to have entrails and... No entrails or hemorrhoids on this spike. A little more, a little more, a little more. See, do I like how that looks now? Let me take a look at it. Yeah. Longstreet, that's it. He was a deputy commander, wasn't he? I mean, a lot of people, whether they say, admit it or not, probably like American Civil War because some of their ancestors probably fought on one side or the other, or both. And, you know, my people weren't here yet. Well, my people had already come here, and then, you know, we got tired of the damn bugs, so we no gold and bugs, so we left. So that appeal of heritage doesn't exist for me for the American Civil War. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So maybe that's that's probably one of the reasons why I don't like American Civil War. Not my people. And I don't like the uniforms of that period. They're just kind of blah, you know, not my thing. Next. But I did see it. I think I've actually seen it twice. I rewatched it again before I watched Gods and Generals, which in some ways was better, but I just didn't like the whole religious thing of wow, I'm getting bad. Well, it's just stuff I don't ever think about. I didn't care for Jackson's whole religious thing. And I know it was probably an important part of his character, but I'm like, boring, you know. Kelly's Heroes. I can't remember if you're one of those, you're a Civil War buff too. Yeah. Well, you said it. I can't be into everything. It's a great saying. You can't be into everything. It's true. Okay. Next. Ooh. That one's going to be interesting. Okay. Challenge accepted. This one didn't go as planned. It exited his body very, not where they were expecting it. Didn't they make a Dracula movie recently? A couple years ago, whatever. I never saw it. Seemed like it'd be one of those that shows a lot of people fighting on foot when they should be fighting mounted kind of thing. Uh-oh, we got a long one. Funny thing is, on my right on the wall is a calendar of Civil War art by Mort Kunstler, and the one I have displayed is Longstreet and Lee discussing the assault of the third day. Coincidence? I think not. Hey, they make all kinds of different periods for different people. This guy doesn't have much of it showing. I may actually try to bloody it up some. We will see. I need to be careful. But I just thought about it because I like those kind of challenges. But we're going to paint it what it looked like before it had blood on it. You know, and of course it's, dried blood. It's not, fresh. But I may just leave it as is. We'll just say, oh, it just got a good rain in and washed all that stuff off. Wasn't that bad of a movie, actually. The guy who played Bard in The Hobbit, I never saw The Hobbit. I saw the first three, which are actually after The Hobbit, but I never got around to seeing The Hobbit. I was waiting to watch it with my daughter. My daughter didn't care for it, so. What about Waterloo? I've seen it one time. I've seen Waterloo one time. I didn't hate it. It was just, I didn't grow up playing Napoleonics. The group that played Napoleonics just were older folks and just seemed like they weren't having a good time. And as a kid, man, the history of that is really, really complicated. People switching sides and surrendering, but not being taken out, and, just really convoluted for a kid. Kid meaning, 15, 16 years old. Now, I did have some Napoleonic troops. I had some Prussians, some like 1813 Prussians, and I painted a few of them, but they got sold a long time ago. I didn't finish any stands or anything. One of the things I think that's the most annoying as a painter is to put a figure down and grab another one. So I don't mind remixing and doing one figure at a time because I don't have to take this and putting down. It eliminates my fumbling, which I'm not much of a fumbler, but not a fan of not a fan of fumbling. I'm not a fan of being a fumbling fumbler. There we go. Just a little bit of detail that adds something to it. Another Russian back. I thought Steiger and Plummer were great in their respective roles. Have to depart now. I'm having a sinus headache. It's not getting any better. I'll catch y'all later. Oh man, I don't want a headache of any kind. Be well. Maybe it's allergies. Everything is covered in yellow here. Everything. Well, everything outside anyways. Actually got a little bit of shoulders are tense. I'm going to take some Ibu, or I took Advil for so many years, and I've switched to Tylenol in the last couple of years, and I still call it Advil, even though it's not. And what do you do on your channel, Tony? Well, I paint and I do drugs. Only painkillers, only over-the-counter painkillers, and caffeine, really. Am I out of liquids? Oh, shit. All right, I'll be right back. More liquids. Be right back. Howdy, folks. Nice day. The players being stodgy octogenarians. Oh. That means does that mean you're over 80? Wow. Octo. Either that or you have 8 hands. I drink a lot of liquids. All right, now my drugs. Can't get a neck ache today, man. I got too much stuff to do. I got too much stuff I want to do. Like I said, even if I could lower this chair any more or raise this just a little bit, maybe 2 more inches, it'd be perfect. And you paint like this. Last one of these. Oh, this one's like disappeared. There's a tiny little bit of it showing over here. The rest of it is just full rectum. All right, let's take a look at these guys. And let me look at them too, because it sounds stupid, but I haven't really looked at them. Now let's see if we can get an accurate representation of the light. What's it setting to? Automatic. Let's take, why is it automatic? It defaults to that. That isn't it. Should be daylight. This is pretty close to daylight. Yeah, wrong way. Doesn't look half bad. Okay, so let's grab these little guys. And this is 8 of them done. All right, so we need 5 more. So I've got 6 here, because it makes sense to do 13. Why do 14 when I can do 13? I want guys with the poles showing. So I definitely want these 2 guys. Here's another one. Are these 2 the same post? Similar. Let's do one that's, we'll leave one that's a skull. If we need to use it for something else, we want one that has a skull on them. All right, so these are the 5 guys we're going to do next. They're just out of the way, just hanging out here. Okay. Base coating time. And we're going to use a mixture of different things, because we need to give them a wash. I think the wash helped. It added some extra colors in there that maybe wouldn't have been there had I not done that. I mean, I could spend a lot more time on the skeletons, but I don't need to spend 20 hours on, lawn ornaments. What are our other candidates? One of them is this Games Workshop color. And then the other one is Old Ivory. No, that one's white. Here it is. It's funny, it says ivory, but then in Spanish it's called hueso, which means bone. So it's really bone. Bone white. And the other one was this one, which we already have some of. Let's just add to it. All right. You've already got some ivory there. This is going to cover like shit, but apparently it wasn't a big problem after the wash, because... All right. Now we've done this a few times, so now we have a clue. All right, let's paint. Oh, I need to not forget to do the Games Workshop one. All right, we'll do the Games Workshop and these 2. Oh, you know what? If it's going to be that kind of number, I'm only going to do the Games Workshop in 1. We'll do this one because it's the one I like the least. Funny enough. It just doesn't cover really well. This particular color. And this is what, bleached bone, I think is what it is. Yeah, bleached bone. Doesn't cover worth a damn. Oh, this guy's got all kinds of spikes and stuff in this guy. He's having a bad day. Uh-oh. Is this wobbly? I think so. Let's fix this. Let's put more of this stuff in there. Then push it down. There we go. And the method actually, with the corks, actually worked pretty well. Sometimes you just have to invent things. So I have a feeling I should be able to paint for a good amount of time today. I do need to do some other things in between, like some laundry. So we might have some breaks in here in between them. I'm gonna try to keep the same feed going. It's just a lot less work for me than to sit there and create another feed and everything. So now working backwards, it's going to end up taking the basing material about 6 hours to dry. So I really need to put the basing material on by noon in order to still have time to paint it this evening. Because I really can't count on being able to paint stuff starting after 6 p.m. So that's going to be my goal, to get these guys completely done by noon, which shouldn't be a problem because, I mean, I've only got 5 more figures to do. Right? Let's make sure we got 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. That's going to be my goal. And I don't think that's too outlandish to be able to reach that. All right, let's put this away. And all you guys went to sleep? I got a happy fellow from Pierre and everything's quiet. That's okay. You guys are busy working on your own hobbies and stuff. Yeah, I don't know what buttons you have to press to get that cute little guy there, Pierre. I like him. He's like a little anime type dude. Eric, good morning. Let's flush this Russian out of the way here. I know it would solve that problem. All you have to do is just allow comments only from people that are subscribed to my channel, but I don't want to leave anybody off. I mean, you guys don't want to be subscribed. I don't know why, but I actually had a guy that I know was baffled because he thought by subscribing, Mr. Carter, welcome. He thought by subscribing he was going to be charged some amount. It just means, that's not what that means. Watching and listening. Good morning to you, Eric. Eric, where are you from? Oh, you're Dutch. Eric Jan Renting. Yeah, I think the other day you said you were Dutch. All right, we got 2 that we want to do in this color. Let's do this. Let's do the bone. Let's do this guy in the bone color. Bony. Yeah, because you were talking about Dutch wargaming figures and. Yeah. So I don't know, would this qualify as fantasy? Are these, am I painting fantasy figures now? I hope these guys are durable. I hope these guys are durable. They don't flex at all. I just don't want them to snap off. And yes, still Dutch. Can those skeletons guard their own camp? Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. They're always standing guard. Always standing guard. Yes. All right. And we're going to do one other one in that same color. And that'll be, let's do this one. You should put some angry peasants around the impaled. Maybe, but I won't get them done today. I'm just going to leave them impaled. Nobody wants to stand next to that stink. I do have a couple of extra peasants, but I tend to not put figures in the camp, because then if you have figures in the camp, it looks like there's always somebody in there, but there may be a time when there isn't. Although the way we play, and actually the way I've always seen everybody play, is the camp's always manned by someone, unless you pull somebody out, which has only happened a handful of times. Maybe if we did more, if you're playing against somebody who doesn't do a good setup and you don't put any figures in front of your camp, yeah, you're going to go after the camp and take it. But generally, you have to fight through somebody's army to get to their camp. Generally. In a way, they're standing guard. Vlad did use them to scare off the Turks, didn't he? That's right, sending a message. Sending a message. My only concern with doing the camp is I want to get them close enough to each other. I don't want them close enough that I can't get the goop in between the stands, but we'll figure that out as we go, like we always have. So, we've always done so. And this doesn't have to cover perfectly. If it's got some shadows and stuff in there, that's just fine. Okay, and then the last two are in this skeleton bone color. How ironic. How unironic. And the last one, and you may have to wait a little bit to give them a wash. Actually, painted up quicker than I would have thought. Like I said, I could probably have spent 4 hours on each skeleton, but that just doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense to do such a thing. This guy's got the same issue the other one did. Let's put it in here. Okay, good. This hobby tack stuff's actually really useful. That material that you use to like stick posters to the wall without using a nail or a pin or anything. Pretty useful stuff for a quick fix. All right, I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. Be right back. We'll have to chat a little bit while these guys dry, just a few more minutes, and then we can give them the Agrax. Is that what it's called? Agrax shade. Agrax Earth Shade. Just invent freaking creatures and stuff like that and name things after them. Okay, be right back. Okay. Let's see how we're doing. I forgot which one I did first. I think it was this guy. Nah, they're gonna be dry enough. I cover most of it anyway, so. Agrax Earthshade. Honestly, sounds like some creature in Borderlands is what it sounds like. I haven't played very many fantasy. I really haven't played any fantasy miniatures or science fiction miniatures, but I've played a fair amount of fantasy and science fiction video games. Borderlands, pretty damn funny sometimes. Oh, misbehaving. I don't love these lids. It's okay that it's darker in some places than others. Like I said, this is going to, I almost said corrode. He's going to rot in different ways. I had a set of these Citadel Inks, and I got rid of them a few years ago. I'd never used them, and now would have been the first time I would have used them. And having them over 25 years or something like that. I've had them a long time. They were given to me, and I never did anything with them. So, needless to say, I won't be rebuying them because only thinking of possibly needing them once every 25 years is not a good sign to get into something that you don't really need. All right. So now this guy's got to dry. And hopefully it dries as quick as normal is. I feel like normal dries really, really quick. Disgusting and scary. Perfectly horrible for the guy who inspired the Dracula story. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I read a short story recently, or had it read to me on Audible, and it was less than inspiring. It was actually kind of boring. I want to say it's called Dracula the Dragon Prince, and it has none of the vampire crap in it, but it does have the backstory of the character and conversations that are made up, between him and the other characters and stuff. And I don't know, it just kind of lacked. I couldn't get into it. I did finish the book, but I couldn't get into it. And then when I read about Dracula, I'm wondering, what did I get out of the book? Is it accurate stuff or just make believe stuff that got embellishment is probably more than fantasy. Embellishments. All right, how are we doing on this? This is a problem with I'm not used to doing multiple things at a time. I could just usually crank out and finish one thing without having to go to something else. So for those of you guys who didn't catch the video yesterday, we're going to be doing the Byzantines next. We're going to do a morph of one of the contenders was the Comnenian Byzantine, and I'm going to add in doing a morph for the Constantinian guys. And I think all that adds is an 8-bow stand, an artillery piece, and a command post general. So that's 3 separate units, and I can morph that into that as well. So looking forward to doing the command post, because I've got some figures that are really well suited to that. Let's take a look at some of that while I'm killing time here, because I'm going to probably need another 5-10 minutes. And one of these is a command pack for the Byzantines, because the command post for the general, it says Emperor on horse surrounded by Varangian guard. So we're going to have one mounted figure, and everybody else is on foot. And one of those guys I've got some command foot guys here that I have zero use for in a standard army, because it's normally a cav or a knight general. So here you have a commander. Which will not be the mounted figure on the command post, because he doesn't have enough accoutrements on there. He's got to be like a fancy dude. But we got a guy with a flag here. That's definitely going to be on the command post. We got a guy blowing a horn. We got a guy with a sword and a round shield, and that's okay. And these 3 guys are going to be definitely on the CP stand, the command post stand, which is it's like the Pope. It's like a litter element, a command post, a command wagon. All those are the same. They function as a blade. They have all the things of a blade, except they don't advance after combat, and they don't. They're not. They have to be killed on a tie or something like that. Doubled or killed on a tie. They're actually really, really solid. You just can't go into close combat and stuff like that, but it's a cool element. So this guy's definitely going to be a candidate for having the Emperor's flag on that. And that's just going to be an extra element that I will build and allow me to do the Constantinian Byzantine army. That's the army that was at Manzikert, got their ass beat there. So I think that's all it takes, is adding a few of those elements, and you've got a whole other army. Now, the spearmen that are included in here are the wrong period for the Comnene and Byzantine. They have the oval type shields. These are the figures by Alain Toulaire, which is a French manufacturer. He's a French sculptor who had his own little shop in the south of France. So I understand, and he passed away a few years ago. And his family, I understand, did not decide to take the business on. So these are limited editions, so to speak. And in here, the spearmen, even though these are supposedly for the Constantinian Byzantine army, I mean for the Comnene Byzantine army, they have the spearmen with the oval-shaped shields. So we're going to use these as the front rank of the 8 bowmen, and we're going to use these bowmen here as the rear rank. So even though I do not like 8 bowmen in practice because they cost an extra element if you lose them, the first one you lose, we're going to use these guys as the 8 bow stand. So we're going to have spearmen in the front and bowmen in the back, or maybe the other way around, because I've done that before, and also. But that's what we're going to use these bowmen for. We've got some other bowmen coming from Old Glory. I did order a late 13th century, it's a 11th through 13th century command for the Byzantines, and heavy cavalry for the Byzantines, spearmen, and bowmen. So those 4 packs from Old Glory will be coming in through the mail in about a week and a half, or 2 weeks, or 3 weeks. That Old Glory 15s tends to be a little bit on the slower side of receiving things, but I'm not really in a hurry. I've got these polls and everything will keep me busy probably for, I'm going to say, a month, probably. Varangian Guards, Byzantine Vikings. Yeah, everybody likes them. They're going to have cool shields. Where are those figures anyways? They are, and they're actually, all 4 of them are different. That's pretty cool. Everybody likes those guys. They're neat. Elite troops. Here's another one. And the guy with a sword. Another one. Now, I have a feeling this is the blade stand I'm going to use for my... got one left. Where is he? Here he is. For my Comnenian army. And the ones that are the guards, I've got other Vikings that I'll end up using for them. Because I'm going to there's going to be quite a few guys on that stand. So we're going to have a mounted emperor. We're going to have Varangian Guards on the ground, and we're going to have that little boy. I've been saving a little boy figure for the Byzantines, so whatever the hell that means, he's going to be on the stand as well. I like having an attendant or something like that. So probably at least 4 Varangian Guards, along with that other separate guy that has a sword, the flag bearer, the horn blower. So the emperor, like 4 guards. You put one on each corner. Emperor, 4 guards, that's 5 figures. And then the horn blower, the guy with the trumpet, and the horn blower, the guy with the flag, and the guy with the sword, and probably the little boy. So it's going to be like 9 figures on that 40 by 40 stand. So it's going to take up some space. It's going to look like it's got some stuff to it. But I'm looking forward to doing that one. That one's always a fun, kind of like a little mini diorama. Good morning, Randy. And I've already told Mitch when I decided, he was all excited, he was all smiles when I told him I was doing Byzantines next, because that's what he's been wanting. And I told him I'm going to have to commandeer another one of his buildings. He's got a set of dollar store buildings that one of them I painted up as the church there for my Pope. And this really doesn't do it justice. Not to toot my own horn, but this actually turned out really well in person. It looks a little washed out here, but this is just a dollar store building that I painted for my for the papal army. And he's got a Byzantine-looking church or whatever. I said, I'm taking that and I'm using it as my camp. He's like, okay. It didn't take long to convince him. He's had stuff that he hasn't used this stuff in like 20 years or whatever. And I made the mistake of putting a magnet on the bottom of it, and this just has too much strength really to grab it at all. So, hey, not everything I come up with turns out great, but I need to make a little case where my buildings travel in, because right now I don't have that. Put some foam in there and stuff like that. Are these guys dry yet? I think so. Good. Okay. So I'm tired of running my mouth. Just rambling. Okay, so Byzantines next after the. Oh, I left a mess. Well, we gotta put your toys away, Tony. Let's put all these guys in here. Found a new restaurant in town that has Greek food, so we'll be going there frequently. Army 4-1, yes. I'm going to do 4-1A and B, and also 370, whatever the Constantinian Byzantine is. I don't remember right now what it is. 374 or something like that. An artillery piece. It's a rock thrower, and I'm going to build it from scratch. Won't have a crew, though. Yeah, we're going to make that out of little wood. That I'm looking forward to. Uncle Artie. Or as they say in Greek, Unkelos Artilleros. Or however it is. I know, it's not even close. All right. Right, let's go. Let's get back to painting Skeletonians. This is guys. All right, let's get. We got our bone there. I think wood is what I have to do next, if I remember correctly, my process. The process that worked for me in this army. Yeah, we're going to do the wood. We got to do the wood all the way. I'm going to need a little bit more black. Yeah, Greek is a pain in the ass to pronounce because you can't just deduce the correct pronunciation by looking at the words. At least those of us that are not familiar with it can't do that. So I had one guy that he came on here in a paint session I had a while ago, and he was from Greece. I don't remember what his name is, but he said, you know, you shouldn't say Soloi. Soloi are actually pronounced such and such a way. And I said, well, you know, I would have never known that, and if I pronounced them that way, nobody would know what I was talking about. So I have heard Soloi pronounced all kinds of different ways that are just really strange. You have to pronounce them in a way that people who do not speak Greek, which is just about everybody, knows what I'm talking about. So I prefer to call them skirmishers. They're more universal anyways than... I guess not a problem. Not a problem in the Byzantine army. And for those of you guys that are across the pond, I'm not going to call them Byzantines. Wow. Yeah, the history programming that I catch up when you get some English historian, which is almost all of them, and Byzantine. Wow, that's a mind blow for me. First time I heard that. Yes, this is the Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew? No, it is the camp. It is the camp for Dracula. Vlad III Dracul. So we're talking about Byzantines, but probably not going to be able to start painting them for a couple of months, to be honest with you. That's how long it's going to take to wrap all this stuff up. I'm rounding up the nearest month. It might only be a month or so, but we don't want to leave a project unfinished. All right. Let's move this guy over so I can have more space between my unpainted and my painted so I don't get confused. All right. This guy here. And I'm going to have to take a break at some point because I can already feel my shoulders getting tense. Like I said, I got to be done painting these guys by noon. Noon is when I've got to put them on the goop. So I have enough time to finish them during this day and be able to use them tomorrow in a video. That's the plan. And that way they can go 0-3 or whatever. I don't care. I just want to be happy with how they look. I don't care. I mean, I do, but it's not that important. It's fun to talk about. So I'm going to need some drying time. So I think what I'm going to do is, hopefully my back will hold out enough. My shoulders, not really my back, my shoulders. They're just tense. Get these guys finished. Spray them down while they're drying. Go hit the gym for a little bit. Come back, they'll be dry, and then we can base them. Might as well make good use of time. Because that does take about an hour. About an hour I'm comfortable handling after they've been sprayed. You guys watched anything cool, historical related on TV? Maybe on Amazon or Netflix or whatever? I need something to watch while I'm in the warm-up period. I watched the season 1 of El Cid and it was okay. And I know they have a second one out and I watched a little bit of it and just couldn't get it. I don't care for the guy they picked to play him. So that's always one of my problems is I have casting issues. Like, you have something that they put in, you get the right cast, and it goes a long way for me. You get the wrong cast, and I'm like, I'm not buying it. I don't want to see this person anymore, whoever they are. You guys have any other suggestions of historical juices flowing? Let me know if you do. They'll watch stuff on there. It'll be like, oh, this show's really good. I'll watch it. I'm like, this isn't for me. This isn't my cup of tea. I'll give something 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if I'm not captivated, I'm like, I'm out of here. There's too many other things to watch. What's this? A notification from somebody else? I can't watch your channel. Recommendation. I can't watch your channel. I'm making my own content. Making my own content. Okay, this guy needs some little bit of this stuff in it to hold him in place. Where did I put it at? Here. Like watching the mini documentaries by Invicta. Oh, Invicta stuff is great. Although I'll be honest with you, I get Invicta mixed up with Baz Battles and Kings and Generals. I like all that stuff. I love maps. I'm a map person, so they do everything in a format that's very map friendly. So that really speaks to me. So yeah, I like all that stuff. Just recently learned about the Varangian Guards. Maybe I should do that. I should watch. That's what I should watch. Something on the Varangian Guards. Yeah. No advertising intended. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, Invicta. I subscribe to that. It's just I end up subscribing to too many things. I really need to cut it down because there's just some stuff that just. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to watch the rest of the races. I'm so far behind on the races. And what I mean by races is the 3D Bot Maker diecast racing channel. That is like the damn best thing on the internet. And this guy, I've mentioned this many times before, but this guy, he doesn't need my endorsement. He's got millions of followers. Millions? I don't know if he's got more than a million. He's got a lot of followers. This guy decided to do these diecast races using his kids' toys and do them just like a real race. And it's better than most programming on television, quality-wise. He's on his game for sure. And he doesn't need my endorsement. I'm just small. I'm small feed compared to him, but it is literally the most amazing thing on YouTube, or one of the most amazing things on YouTube. But it is a ton. I mean, the poor guy has spent thousands of hours editing his videos. I know what it takes, and it's not easy. It only puts out about one video a week, but. I saw kick-ass tattooed Viking women with Mohican haircuts beat up dudes twice their size. Somewhat historically questionable. Well, at least the women aren't huge. That's about all they got going on for it. That's about the only thing that would appeal to me. Description. Yeah. Oh, man. somewhat historically accurate. God, I never picked the Vikings back up. I left after the siege of Paris, and I haven't picked up the series since then. I don't know how much of it's left. Again, I didn't like the main guy. I didn't like the guy they cast for Ragnar. And, looking at Lagertha can only take you so far, And I like this brother. I like the guy that plays Rollo. And, I need to write down like all of Floki's sayings, and like when I play with Vikings, just blurt them out from time to time at Loon. But I never got into it. I never got back into it. I lost track. It's just taken me a long time to try to figure out where exactly I left off. There's some episodes that are so good that make other episodes seem really boring, and honestly, what's happening back home is pretty damn boring as far as I'm concerned. But I got this one guy that I know that he's the opposite of a movie critic. He likes everything, which is unusual. It's unusual to run into somebody who likes everything. So you got to be really careful with his recommendations because he likes everything. And that's why I say I give everything 10 minutes. So he spoke really highly of, what's that zombie series that came out? Black Summer. And season 1 was okay. It kind of had an unusual take of how to went about it. But season 2, I've got like 4 episodes in, and I'm like, I am wasting my life watching this. It is so poorly written. And now, I'm not really a zombie fan, but I do like the idea of things aren't working and you have to kind of do a workaround. It's not really about the zombies at all for me. And I've actually played one of my favorite games of all time that I've ever played on computer/console is a zombie game. And it's not because of the zombies. It's just because of the, treasure hunt and finding stuff. And you go in some house and you find a revolver, but no ammo for it, or ammo, but no revolver, or a rifle, can of food, but, I enjoy that kind of stuff. Happens a lot of those modern historical miniseries. Watch for a while, they go over the top. Then I'm like, nope, I'm done with this. I feel exactly the same way, Eric. Just like to watch the old movies like Waterloo. Yeah, I've only seen it one time. Yeah, over the top. I don't know. Is it old movies are just better, or we were younger, so we didn't know any better, and then they have this nostalgic thing about it? Maybe a little bit of both. I like the old movies because you couldn't use CGI. So, if you needed a battle that involved a bunch of triremes, you have to build a bunch of frickin' triremes, and they're real frickin' toys, and they're just, as a modeler, there's an appeal to that. There's an appreciation for the effort that goes into creating something out of nothing. And like those old monster movies, what's that guy's name? That Harryhausen or whatever guy. I think that's what his name is. With the claymation monsters. Some guys got some room with real frickin' toys that came to life in a movie. That's pretty frickin' cool, I can appreciate stuff like that. As dorky or whatever as they may seem by today's terms, there's an appeal to that. Maybe just because I'm older. CGI is all fine, but if the story sucks, it doesn't matter how good your graphics look. So, it's just my opinion. Other people are just get sucked in by the special effects. come back and do the... Oh, I'm losing my... I'm losing my methodology here. Maybe bring it up one more. And of course, these should look better after I seal them. I don't know what it is, but there's some kind of sealing magic that happens. Okay, this one's done. All right, now we'll look at some comments. Surprised you actually find time to waste on watching TV when I could be painting at lunchtime when I'm at work, or if I'm on the treadmill in the gym. That's it. I don't waste it any other time. Sometimes need inspiration to paint moves, sometimes help with that, sometimes watch paint time. Yeah, I can't watch and do it at the same time. I can't, I get distracted. But yeah, pretty much my lunch break when I'm at work. And yeah, if I'm on the treadmill or whatever, warming up. Even made an Irish soldier with a piglet in his backpack for a Waterloo diorama. I guess that's in the movie somewhere. I don't know, I've only seen it one time. Sounds cool. I don't have time to watch TV. As a matter of fact, somebody asked me recently, said, hey, how do you have time to do all this painting? I said, I don't watch television. How much time do most people watch sports and TV? Turn that into painting time. You can get a lot done. But, you know, I don't particularly want to watch the news. So, always looking for other kind of programming that when I'm doing those sorts of things. The problem with me for watching television is most of the time it's not worth watching. So forget that I don't have time to do it. The problem is after you're done watching it, it was an unsatisfying experience. Now I'm not wasting time watching you. I'm sitting on the grandchildren. Okay. Don't forget to let them breathe. Went to the Ray Harryhausen exhibition in Edinburgh last year. Saw one of the skeletons from Jason Argonaut's many other models. Who needs CGI? I agree, Jeffrey. I think it's super cool. Or like Mitch and his Trojan Bunny camp. You like those movie jokes, yeah. If you're going to sit on your grandchildren, make sure it's not on their head so they can still breathe. I know what you meant. It's just funny. It'll be lost in translation. I actually don't think I've seen Jason and the Argonauts. I don't think I have. Some of those old movies, you just can't, they don't play them anymore. I remember when I was a kid, they would play the original Ben-Hur so many times, and now you can't find it. You know, and it's one of those movies I wanted to show to my daughter because the some of the stuff in it is just really, really cool. Really, really cool. Even though, unlike Mitch, I'm not a huge fan of what's his face, of Heston. I don't dislike him. I just don't think he's all that in a bag of chips. You have a friend who made an English army, like those of the Monty Python and Sacred Grail, and made the rabbit of Troya for his baggage. Nice. For his camp. It's got huge teeth. I warned you, but you didn't listen. Yeah. The Frenchman at the castle. Do a little castle with little heads poking up. Hello. Although my favorite scene of that whole thing is definitely the Black Knight. I mean, it's not even close. It's not even close. My daughter saw that for the first time maybe 5 or 6 years ago. We had to skip the scene with the virgins for obvious reasons, but she liked it. She still likes it, and she's one of the few girls that, you know, it's stupid, but it's, you know, a classic, and it's just filmed so horribly. That's the biggest problem. And I even have it on DVD, and it's to have a little bit better quality, but the budget on that is just so, I think, was so poor that the filming quality is just really bad, but she likes it. I hate to have seen that in a movie theater, though, man. That ending's like, what? I bet some people got pissed off about that. They ended it how? Oh, that's it. They just didn't. Ah. Nah, crap. Now I got that stuck in my head. I haven't seen that in like 4 or 5 years, and I want to watch Ben-Hur because of a charioteer with a watch on. Really? Masala. Had a truck that came in several years ago. I was checking and he had them. They make these little caps that fit on the lug nuts on a wheel that are like spikes, and they weren't a foot long, but they were every bit of 6-8 inches long. And I went up to the driver and said, "What's up, Masala?" And they couldn't get the reference. I had to explain everything. And after explaining everything, it's like, yeah, it's like the spikes like the chariot that Masala had. I mean, he didn't never get it. He'd never seen Ben-Hur. I'm like, how could you have not seen Ben-Hur? Masala. Monty Python and the Holy Grail is so stupid it's actually funny. It's just a classic. I don't know. I don't like all those stupid things. People love Spaceballs. I couldn't get into it. I've tried to watch it a few times. I have an aversion to that one. I don't care how, I believe you. You thought it was funny. It didn't do it for me. I remember seeing that old movie from the 80s with a buddy of mine. You watch something with the right person, it's just funny. And this is a while ago. I bet if I watch it now, it wouldn't be as funny. But at the time, being a World War II nut, that old movie from the 80s, Top Secret, man, I almost wet myself. There's just some parts that are just so damn funny. And it's stupid as shit, you know. But sometimes you need that for therapy. It makes you feel better. That submarine with a magnetic mind, man, that was freaking hilarious. Sometimes you watch something funny and you watch it with the right person and it's even funnier. Let's go. I'm going to watch the film. Oh, that one scene where they have the runaway car and there's just a Pinto just happens to be there and it slams into the back of it and the whole thing blows up. It's just shit like that is just so stupid. But man, he just catches you right. It's just like therapy. The tune. Yeah, I'd have been so pissed watching that in movie theater. Of course, that movie was from the year I was born, I think. I think it's a 71 movie. Maybe it's a little later. Maybe it's 74 or something like that. All right, let's paint the. I believe we used this for the tips. Just the tip. I got to use the little boys' room again. Let's do that before we get into doing this. And as always, we'll be right back. Okay. We're back. Back to doing just the tips. good thing I'm only doing 5 at a time. Man, this would get old. I don't know how people paint 12, 24 figures at once. That system doesn't work for me. You have like multiple days before you ever have anything to show for it. And then when you do, you've got a ton of figures done, but I need shorter term goals than that for me. And I know I'm probably the exception. But my biggest deterrent, or the thing that I like to deter the most, is quitting. So pretty much everything I try to do is to make it difficult for me to quit in the middle of something. So speeding and being efficient isn't as important as making sure you don't give up. So the easiest way for me not to give up is to have something to show for it each time I sit down to paint, which is why I prefer to paint by the each. I've done more than one figure at one time. I know it doesn't work for me. Like right now, I'm dying to quit, like to give my back a little bit of a rest. But if I do that, then I'm not going to have this camp done, and I'm not going to be able to play this army that I've been painting over the last couple months. And, that's unacceptable. Yeah, that's equivalent. This guy's done. Okay. Paint my figures one at a time. Production work like Napoleonic infantry gets me bored very quickly. Yeah. What's your favorite Napoleonics to paint? I got a soft spot for the Austrians, so. It might be due to that one game that we played where they just whooped everybody's ass. Just sheer luck. Sheer luck. So I like the infantry with those, what they call the German helmets. Or is it German infantry with those helmets? I like those guys. They're really cool looking. Okay, this guy's got a little bit of... Lots of people, I think, probably want to play Napoleonics because they want to play like the French, like whooping ass. I'd rather just play medieval stuff with the French. I have nothing against the French, just Napoleonic period never really did. And I wonder how much of it is the people that were playing it when I was younger. I bet it's probably a big part of it, but I feel like a lot of the uniforms are very similar. They're just different colors and facings and stuff like that. They might be very different for Napoleonic painters, but for an outsider, there's not a huge appeal to paint another army when they're all wearing shakos and stuff like that. I'm not trying to poo-poo Napoleonics. I'm just saying, for me, it seems like that's what it looks like to me, just looking at it from the outside. I like the Nassau infantry. They stand out nicely, and their green uniforms with yellow and red details. Well, that's different. And their green uniforms without being like Jaegers, right? They're like regular line troops, and they're in green. again, in Napoleonics, if I did Napoleonics, my hero made Napoleonic figures in 15mm scale. That's what I would go to. I've seen his Napoleonic stuff. It's freaking awesome. This guy's got barely any of this showing. Like, hardly at all. It's all up inside him. And this guy almost to a lesser extent, it's kind of the same thing. You like making conversions, create some figures you can't buy, and create actual events from the Battle of Waterloo. Jaeger Line and Grenadier Infantry all in green. They're nice contrast with regular Dutch and British infantry. That's cool. They fought on the Allied side, I take it. Or maybe not. I think American War of Independence would probably be interesting because you get to do different nations. You get to do French troops and stuff like that. I think that'd be all right. You know, the question for me becomes, like, if I'm playing that kind of a game, are there meaningful decisions that I get to make from turn to turn, or is it's kind of like they're on autopilot and I'm just rolling dice? Okay, now we need to detail the Skeletonians. How long have I been on here? Oh, Jesus. 3.5 hours. You know, that's how you get things done. You gotta stay on them. All right, our bone is there. Our Skeletonian bone. See if we can find a spot to work with that's not crowded. That's easier said than done. This thing's going in the trash when we're done with these skeletons. Got like no working room whatsoever. They did fight for the Allies at Waterloo in Spain. They did fight for the French. Oh, interesting. Turncoats. AWI was more about strategic movement. Well, that makes it sound extremely boring. Oh, it might be fun to paint some guys with tricorns. I even considered building some stuff. I don't think I need to darken this color. I think we just need to go with this one and then go up from there. I did consider building some troops for Maurice, but after playing the game 3 or 4 times, it just seems like it's going to be the same rehash of each game. I mean, yeah, there's some real variables, but I don't like the period enough to go crazy and build, Prussians, Austrians, and Russians, which is what I would do. But it'd be a way to learn about other history. But I'd do Prussians and Austrians first. 6 is about the maximum number of batch painting I can handle. Yeah, I've done 12 at a time. When I was doing my Roman legionnaires, I was doing all of them, of each legion at once. And yeah, it was boring. This damn boring. Go to a thinner one. Need to go to something a little thinner. Batch painting, yeah. Yeah, that's what it would be. But I gotta stay, I gotta stay so I don't give up. That's the worst thing I could do. I'm not gonna be disappointed how things turn out. I think that stage in my life is kind of over with. I don't, fortunately. So I never dislike how things turn out. That doesn't mean if I saw somebody's painting, I wouldn't like it better than mine. That happens occasionally. But being disappointed with how my own stuff turns out really isn't an issue. It's more like, man, do I really want to sit there and do this all by my lonesome? And the answer is almost always no. I'd rather do something else. And a little bit more white highlighting. I gotta go check up on one thing about this time. I painted a bunch of Austrian infantry with German helmets in this year. Oh, those guys look cool. Those guys really do look cool. Be right back, folks. I got another Russian that came in here. An interesting facet of Napoleonic gaming is that the three combat arms all in balance and each is important as a part of a combined arms team. You go to the other page here. Flush the sky. Unwanted. Unwanted spamming. Yeah. Okay. Let's knock this out of the park here. I really don't want to use that brush. That's a really nice one for faces. What's going to be really interesting is when I go to seal these guys, I think just putting these and spraying them, the spray paint, well, I don't use spray paint very thick. I hope they don't topple over when I do that. That was just going to brush it on. I better spray as well. I better not cut that corner. It only takes a tiny little bit of time. One thing that I was kind of interested to find is a while ago I had come across some really cheap like palettes, like just a little plastic white thing. I can mix colors on it and stuff like that. But there's no way to get them clean. They were plastic. They were white plastic. And I guess even though they look smooth, if you look at them under a microscope, they're probably very gritty. So even though it was water-based paint on a plastic surface, I couldn't get it to come clean. I couldn't clean all the stuff off, which of course the problem is not that it reactivates, but there's bits of paint, and if it comes off, you don't want like bits of paint that come out while you're painting and end up leaving little chips and stuff mixed into your color. Not that it would alter the color, but it would alter the surface texture. I thought that was really interesting that you couldn't use something like that because it was just so poorly made, such poor quality, that you would never be able to get clean. You probably can clean it, but it's not worth the effort, you know. Buffering, huh? I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know. I do not know. The mysteries of the internet. Because if those could clean up quickly, well, that was before I went to a wet palette, you know, so I was just using like those lids to the potato chip containers, like Pringles. That's what I was using as a palette, but not a wet one. So the wet palette just saves a ton of time on go and grab the paint out and put some of it out and it dries out. It's just way to be more efficient. way more efficient. You know, at this point, I'd be like, if I wasn't filming, I'd be like, I'm done. I'm gonna take a break. But I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Otherwise, I wasted all this time painting. I'll let these guys complete. So right after this camp is done, next on the project is the Moldavian commander. With a different flag. There he is, Studio WGS. Good evening. So that's what's up next, is going to be the Moldavian command stand. Then Polish allies. Well, the good thing about the Moldavians is it means more shields. The good thing about the Polish allies, it means more shields. Which, one of the things I love to do, I love painting heraldry. Love it. And looking into it, I'm like, well, I'm not going to use that one because it doesn't look right. I try not to paint things that don't look right, even if they're accurate. Let's bleach the top of this guy's skull. Okay, 2 more. Well, we still have to do the ropes around his legs, the little spikes going through them. And then they're complete. Then they're complete. You'd think I was at the gym. I do have to do some stretching. And I got a comfortable painting session. I mean, a comfortable painting place, table. Again, this doesn't have to look perfect because there's ligaments and skin and all kinds of other little bits that are in here, so. It's okay for some of them to be darker than others. Okay, Eric, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your Sunday. Happy Sunday. Last one.